at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our grand entry song. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are able, 850 dancers will be coming into our arena. We welcome you. Welcome to a beautiful day. Oh, our host drum, back to the ring.
Render a nation good song for each and every one of us. As we stand, as we honor our veterans, as we stand and we honor this legacy, this great tradition, this great pride. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to the flag song at this time. All nations, open up.
morning, Council. Right now we have a quorum, so I want to get this meeting started at, I think it's 8 after 9. Charlene, I know this is going to be broadcasted on the radio, so when you get to the mic, kind of speak clearly and so they can listen and hear. But before that, we're going to do a roll call, then I'm going to turn it over to Long Hollow for the floor for a prayer. Here.
Here.
Lisa Jackson, Louis Johnson,
Here.
Francis Crawford, Tribal Secretary, Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Chairman,
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have.
Thank you. At this time, turn it over to Long Hollow. Go ahead, Curtis, opening in a good way with the prayer.
Good morning. Now? No? The light is on. Can you hear me?
Gotta scoot it closer.
Put it in my mouth. I'm pretty close. The light is on.
All right.
Are we on? Okay. All right. Well, good morning, Tribal Council and executives. I thank you for allowing me time this morning under Realty's designated time, as we do have some important things to provide to you all and present to you, and it is in regards to our 2020 hunting season recommendations. We did discuss this with some of you that were able to be present earlier last month at the council roundtable. I know some of you may not have been able to be there for whatever reasons, but hope you've had a chance to take a look at our proposals and the recommendation booklet that we had provided. So today we would like to get approval of Tribal Council so that we can go ahead and take action with getting these licenses and permits and seasons set up and the processes that go with that. So to start off with, I'd like to just go over the 2020 hunting season recommendation letter that is attached on the top of your packets. And you could see on there how it says that the revision has been done due to the COVID-19. So we initially had presented the 2020 hunting season recommendations to our Board of Commissioners back in March, I believe, was our last Board of Commissioners meeting that we had. Since then, we have changed the recommendations due to this COVID-19 to adjust to allow our members more tags. So with that, our recommendation is that we reduce the tags available that we normally had available for non-members, but increase the number of tags available for our tribal members. With that, we would be adding an additional 200 tags for our members to be able to harvest if they wish to purchase that bonus tag. So if you look on the next sheet there, it's listed on the top. You'll see the tribal members, the number of permits that we are proposing to offer. Total permits would be 625 any and 200 antlerless. The next one would be for the Indian non-member status would be 30 any deer allocated for them. And for the non-Indian, we would have a total of 100 any deer tags, and that includes all three methods by rifle, muzzleloader, and archery. And you can see how each of those are broke down there. So overall, these numbers are the same allocation as last year in regards to management and our objective for the numbers on the reservation, but we have just reduced in certain areas and added to our tribal member availability. Are there any questions in regards to the deer recommendation, season recommendations and numbers?
Cheryl? Any questions, council? Comments?
Question.
We can turn the floor over to Madam Secretary.
Good morning. How many elder tags do you usually sell?
So we normally have about 65 to 75. So we have increased that to 100. And, you know, if those really were on demand, we can move some of those numbers as needed accordingly. These are just kind of the quotas that we set. But yeah, 65 to 70 is what we normally sell. Mm-hmm.
Turn the floor over to Curtis.
Charlene, have you guys talked about the meat lockers too being backed up so far?
I have not yet addressed the council on that, but I will. I've got several things, and yes, that is
I jump the gun?
And we could talk about that right now while you mention it, Curtis. And I think it is a good time. I'm glad
Yep.
you mentioned it. So what Curtis is referring to is, like the same day that I had presented this to council roundtable, I got quite shocking news from our local locker. Our local locker in town, I'm thankful that they called us and notified us so that we can get this out to our people. They gave us the news that they were not going to accept any deer this hunting season, whole carcass. So what they mean by that is they have to be off the carcass. They have to be deboned. They have to be meat only. Now, when you think about that's difficult. That's if a person, most people are taking them to the locker because they don't have the capability to do that processing that far. If they have went that far, you're probably going to continue the whole thing. So that is really going to cause us a challenge. I'm worried. I'm really worried. We've been discussing different things on how to accommodate our people, and it's tough. And, you know, just visiting with some of the staff members in the office, you know, some of them reside in the housing, and they right away said, you know, not sure what I'm going to do. I live in a housing. How do you properly hang a deer and prepare it, you know, because you don't know the weather elements. You don't probably have the appropriate storage facility to keep it cool, or, you know, for that size of a deer. So, and the locker was saddened to tell us that news, but they are too challenged with these COVID times. And the reason behind that is they stated they are booked up until July 2021 with beef. They cannot even take any more orders. They're booked that far out, over a year in advance with beef. And the owner said that's not even considering pork producers. That's how far booked they are. So if that's just our local locker here, I'm sure it has impacted the surrounding lockers as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something we really have to consider, and we're going to have to discuss it and take this seriously. How are we going to assist with this? How can we assist with it? And we can put some different ideas on the table, but, you know, one thing that we have going now is we have visited with our NRCS liaison, and he has some contacts with the NDSU food processor instructor, and I discussed this with him just lately on getting up some virtual training, maybe have the guy present here in the rotunda and, you know, have it kind of like a Zoom or whatever you call them. Of course, I need to get some IT support on this. And so our members can log on and just so they can get some training on how to safely and healthily process a deer, because it is a process. So, you know, so next that we don't get some contamination or somebody gets sick from the way they attempted to prepare it. I'm not saying nobody can do it. A lot of our people do it, but not all of them. Not all of them. We see a lot of wanton waste cases throughout the year because of the weather. You know, when you start dropping down or dropping above 40 degrees, then you have a lot of bacteria growth going on. And if the people are having their deer hanging, trying to figure out how to process it, we're going to have a lot of waste. We may have to think about getting in some cooler systems so that people can bring in their deer and hang them, or different things like that. But yeah, that's going to be a challenge.
Curtis, before you turn the floor over to you, I have a quick comment. I want to say good job on the crossbows, especially for the handicap. I know you didn't allow crossbows in the past too, so that's a good idea. Appreciate that. Is there any for that the deer processing that's coming up, especially with the COVID issues? Is there any funding from the COVID that would allow you to hire tribal members to go ahead and process the deer for our tribal members, especially the elders, because you're giving out elder takes? Is that possible?
It is, well, I can't answer to the funding part of it, but it's possible for that to be done. If the funding is possible, I'm looking at the vice chair because I don't know, you know, if that's possible with the COVID money. If it is, then we can look at that. So OST, or Oglala Sioux Tribe, and I know the gentleman, I can't think of his first name right now, but he has it's not called a locker facility, but it's called, oh gosh, I can't think of what it is. So it goes by, you don't have to have all these rules and guidelines and stuff, but so we have researched that. So yes, it is definitely, and maybe we could start grooming some people coming in and doing that. We have looked at the building. We have the Dakota Farm, also known as the Hernser Farm, across from the Dakota Connection. We have some facility buildings out there. We ain't got much time, but you know, that we could probably work with implementing some stainless steel tables and something to be able to safely
Process that.
Yeah, and get some people in there trained up to do that. Yes, if we could seek out some funding, absolutely. I would work forward on
Awesome.
getting that in place.
Okay, I'm going to turn over to Curtis. You have the floor. Then I think Iagapta has a question after Curtis.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a good idea too that we start getting on board with this, because we've been talking about it for a long time, that we need our own processing, and maybe this is the time to do it now because of the lockers being so backed up. And
Our own meat locker?
yeah,
Okay.
so I mean, I think it would be a good idea if we maybe direct Charlene to maybe look into this more and see what we need to do to probably implement this in the near future. So, thank
Do
you.
that for us, Charlene?
Yes, I certainly would.
Yep.
Yes.
Iagapta, you have the floor.
Do we need to make a motion?
I'd say, yeah.
so
So she has that motion
Yep.
to help her.
So, make a motion to have Charlene work with the vice chairman, identify possible COVID funding to begin buying the equipment needed to process our meat for our elders and for those who will be hunting this season,
Elders and the rest.
and the rest. Yep.
Would that be a correct wording for you, Charlene? You want anything to
Did I
add into
cover it all?
that motion?
Yeah, I could prepare a draft budget for that
Okay.
and what our needs would be and get it
And the
over to the vice
can
chair.
Follow up on the COVID-19 funding.
I'll second.
So moved by Iagapta, second by
Question.
Tokunawa, question by Haipa.
Yes.
Johnson? Francis Crawford? Curtis Bisnet? Winfield Rondell Jr.?
Yes.
Milton Owen? Carol Owen?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Tribal Secretary?
Thank you, Council.
So, back to the deer season recommendations. Is there any questions on that, or could I ask for approval of our recommended deer season?
I think the deer season looks good, myself.
Would you like for me to go through each of the recommended seasons as on your proposed sheet here with all the species listed, or did you want to approve them overall? I know, like I said, I know some of you have been able to take a look at that, and maybe some of you haven't, but.
Madam Secretary, floor is yours.
On the proposed hunting seasons, for the tribal member, it's November 7th to December 13th. And the Indian non-member, it's November 14th to December 6th. And for the non-Indian, it's November 21st to December 6th. So is that usually enough time for them to get their,
Yeah, you'll see,
Deer.
you'll see on there that the tribal members has that extra time before and after the other statuses.
that's good, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn the floor over to Lake Traverse. Go ahead, Francis.
So, to answer that, we did discuss this briefly earlier last month, and what that was 5 zones throughout the reservation. At that time, we had a large number of permits available to the non-Indians. I think we offered like over 300 permits at that time. We broke them out into 5 different zones throughout the reservation in regards to management, so that we had those spread out accordingly. So now, it would be difficult to do that. I'm not saying it can't be done. It would be difficult, as if you look on your next sheet,
Yeah.
I thought it was an extra, I'm not sure which order your packet's in, but there's a sheet in there that says a non-Indian big game license process. And that's the other thing that we were proposing, is that we offer the 40 non-Indian permits by raffle, but they have to pay $10 to enter for that raffle. So you could have 100, 200 non-members enter the raffle at $10 each, up to 4 times. I think it's 4 times they can enter. Yeah, 4 times, so it'd be $40 a person. It would be a little difficult this late to try to do that accordingly, to get that out there to them, that you're going to be only designated to your area that you reside in. And the other thing to factor in there is that most of these people are not residents of South Dakota. Most of them come from neighboring states. We have very few that hunt our reservation that reside in South Dakota. We do have a few, and those few are actually some of our tribal trust land operators. You know, they operate the land, they know that there's good deer habitat there, what they lease. Those are the known ones that hunt here. You know, I'm not saying that we couldn't do that, but it would really limit us as well. Yeah, I think we'd end up with, I almost could say 3, and I almost could name the 3 3 residents that hunt our lands. Yeah, that's very unfortunate to hear that, you know, that you have encountered those situations, and I know maybe it wasn't enough time or you didn't have the information to get to us, but we would certainly like to take issue with those situations, because we do have laws in effect as well that we can impose on them. If we know those people, there's actions we can take. I don't want to see that happening here either. We talked about that earlier at the round table, actually at great length on some different incidents such as that. Back to your initial one about sharing in the area with the non-members, that is where the season beginning sooner and ending later really helps alleviate that issue. So you're out there prior to anybody else being out there, the non-members. You get to be out there before, you get to be out there after. And then, like I said, on your numbers, we have really reduced them down to 40. And we will still implement the north zone, south zone. So I don't know, maybe you haven't really saw in the past, but in the past several years, we were down from 300 to 115 non-member permits, and we went north and south. So they'd have to choose either north of Highway 10 or south of Highway 10. So this year, that same thing will be implemented. Out of the 40 tags, 20 will go north, 20 will go south. And hopefully that'll help curb that some, and like I say, be sure to reach out to us when there's any situations like that. You know, if you can't get a hold of me, the tribal police, they work very closely together.
That's a good comment, because I knew some of the rangers too they like to hunt too, but you're so short-staffed and they couldn't do that. So in the past, I knew that too. If you would, I know I told you that we're going to start doing our executive meetings. If anything like that, you plan anything like that, just call the office and we'll get you scheduled in that so we can meet with us.
Has the hiring freeze been removed?
The hiring freeze?
Yeah, we have a position that's been open for quite a while, but our last go-round, we were notified the hiring freeze was on. So we've been picking up our seasonal, but we have not done any full-time hires. I don't know if that's been addressed. We haven't been notified.
It depends on the funding source. If you have it in your budget, I'm pretty sure that would be a different story on you getting someone in your program.
It was S-cheat.
Yes.
Is this gaming is frozen?
Pardon?
Second.
So moved by Lake Traverse, second by Iagapta, to advertise for that position to be filled. Question by Tokanawa. Call for vote.
Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.,
Yes.
Milton Owen,
Yes.
Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Willie Johnson,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Thank you, members of council.
Thank you.
Got a comment over here about
Do-
Iagapta?
Do you need a motion for this, the 2020 deer season recommendations?
Yes, if we wanted to move by species, or if we wanted to do the deer first and then the rest of the species, I would need a motion for approval on those seasons.
Okay.
So just all together. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2020 deer season recommendations, which have been revised due to COVID-19 pandemic, as presented by Charlene Miller, Realty Director.
So moved by Iagapta. Second, Louis. Question by Lake Traverse.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Luby Johnson, Francis Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.,
Yes.
Milton Owen, Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
There. That was it, huh?
I have one more issue that I'd just like to provide for information to you all. And that's in regards to the aquatic invasive species. If some of you have been seeing that on the news, that the zebra mussel has now been confirmed in the Pickerel Lake. You know, that was something that was confirmed in July 10th. And fortunately, just prior to that, you know, you saw our boat cleaning stations probably set up at Pius, and then we have a portable one. And just, you know, we've got that 2 years ago, and we've got them started going now. And in June of this year, we were notified that there was some funding available in regards to aquatic invasive species. And we were very fortunate that the BIA reached out to us to offer that funding, seeing what we were doing previously in regards to protecting our waters and preventing these invasive species in our lakes. They offered that to us, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for signing off on that letter of intent this morning. We will now be moving that forward and bringing that funding down to help us with that. The state has reached out to us and asked us to assist with combating the efforts of preventing further spreading of this, so we are working with that. Lana, our biotech here, has been, her and one of the rangers have been taking that portable station up to Pickerel Lake at the state access area, so you will see them working collaboratively with that, so we get those boats and watercrafts cleaned off so they ain't spreading to the other waters. So I just wanted to brief you on that, and I could get you a whole lot more information on that, so you're familiar with that whole process going forward.
We appreciate that.
That's all I have, unless there's any other questions for me.
Zebra mussels, huh?
Zebra mussels, just little tiny, look like little mussels. Quite invasive.
Lake Traverse.
Mm-hmm.
So is there going to be, now that it's in our area, according to the state, you're saying that this has been in our area for over a year?
Well, we don't know that. It was just confirmed on July 10th. Actually, the gentleman that found them, we have been doing a joint effort with them as well on going out and doing some stream studies, which they have been involved with, and his name's Dennis Scatz, and he was the one who actually had found the species. So, I mean, there's other stuff like curly pondleaf and other invasive, but not that I'm aware of. This is the first in the northeastern South Dakota lakes and on our reservation.
And what the Game Fish and Parks was saying when they were on Kelowland, they said that it's been here for over a year because of the size of the zebra mussel that was, they said, we figured it's probably been here since last year.
That could be. Yeah, that could be. It wasn't confirmed until July 10th.
What I'm getting at is, because of this, there's no way to get rid of it once it happens.
Right.
And it could, they could possibly kill lakes.
They're definitely detrimental to surface water, yeah.
So is there going to be stringent laws in place? Because we're providing fishermen a place to wash their boats, so this species doesn't transfer to other lakes that we have.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not utilizing that, is there gonna be more stringent, laws in place? Are you recommend anything to change law for fining and whatnot, you know, maybe possibly even losing your license?
Yes, absolutely. I was thankful to hear Mr. Chairman notified me this morning that we'll be having, or that you'll be having executive meetings weekly, I think?
Weekly.
Weekly. And yes, we are going to be bringing forward some new laws and that we would like to present to get enforced here immediately, as far as draining and cleaning and discarding your bait and stuff like that, for sure. So this new funding that the chairman has signed off on this morning for us to receive, that we have designated to purchase more equipment, which will include some more units. And we're actually looking at Lake Traverse, you know, and it's going to take some work working with BIA and such, because we don't really have tribal land other than where the old district center is. And maybe that's an idea spot we need to talk about and designate. So the cleaning station would be stationary that we're looking at now, and they're actually designing it, getting it ready, are just kind of preparing for what we want, the specs we want. This particular unit we're looking at is going to have a kiosk, a small kiosk screen on it, and that'll actually show the anglers or the watercraft users, you know, whether they're on a jet ski or what they're using out there on the water, the steps and the tools that are attached on that unit, how to use them and what, you know, what they are used for. And they also have the drain plug tool on them. And these are all by ratchet cables. And we actually have on our devices, our portable devices, we have notifications should somebody tamper with them. It notifies us that a tool's been tampered with. It also gives us a daily report on the uses of each tool. And it's quite interesting as we've been monitoring the trends of each of the tools on there, which ones are being utilized. So it's good to know that the people are stepping up and doing what they can by draining their boats and cleaning
Good.
them. So,
Anything else, Charlene?
that's all I have.
We appreciate you, all the work that you do, especially with the staff that you have out there for our SWO. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Stay safe.
Thanks.
Your motion to approve her report, Council? So moved by Hape.
Second.
By Curtis. Question? Old agency.
Winfield Rondell Jr.,
Yes.
Milton Owens, Cheryl Owens,
Yes.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Francis Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council. Now on schedule, we got the Department of Transportation. I'll be turning the floor over to Mr. Cliff Eberhardt. Whenever you get ready.
Morning, Tribal Council. Thank you for your time today. I typed up my report. That's out of respect for you and me. So we kind of try to stay on task. I've got, I think, 3 suggested motions in the report. So also did a little bit of a report on some of the projects we have going on out of respect for the new tribal chairman, Delbert Hopkins.
Thanks, Cliff. Yeah, that's what I was asking the previous managers too, for the council, for them to make the decisions that everybody brings their information beforehand,
Sure.
and we appreciate it.
Yep.
So we can make those decisions to help you.
Just to kind of bring you up to speed on some of the projects we're working on. So we'll start with number 1 there, the SWO DOT construction program budget modification. So The SWO-DOT construction program is completing BIA road construction projects as per each respective council-approved project agreement. This funding is used for fuel costs, taro, equipment purchases, and wages. This budget will need to be modified. We're adding $300,000 to reflect the funding coming in from, for the 2020 construction projects. So the suggested motion number 1 to approve the SWO-DOT construction program income budget modification and SWO tribal chairman signature authority. And I did attach a copy of the DOT budget proposal there too, so.
So moved, my Madam Tribal Secretary.
Second.
Second by Curtis Bassinet.
Question.
Question, Tokunawa, Cheryl.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.?
Yes.
Milton Owen? Yes. Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
So then number two is the BIA Tribal Transportation Program Maintenance Funding. So the SWO-DOT annually sets aside TTP funding, federal funding for the road maintenance functions. This funding will be utilized to patch the BIA Route 7 in a few areas through Agency Village. I did attach the proposal from the contractor also. So motion number 2 would be to approve the TTP maintenance program, BIA Route 7 patching project, and SWO tribal chairman signature authority.
Whenever you're ready, Council, if you feel comfortable on the motion number 2, if you read everything, so it's up to you.
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Curtis Bassinet, Long Hollow.
Second.
Second by Tokunawa.
Question that, but I got a question. I know it says $176.33 a ton. But is there any final, how many ton they're gonna put down on that patching?
We estimated around 250,
Around 250 tons.
but that varies when you're doing patching. And that's actually a very good price from the contractor.
Yeah.
When they do patching, it's very mobile. They do one patch, they move to the next, so it's very time consuming for them. I looked at the other prices we paid for patching in the past, and this is very comparable, so.
Okay, thank you. Question?
Question, full agency.
Curtis Bissonnette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.?
Yes.
Milton Owen?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Lisa Jackson? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? Yes. Tribal Secretary? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, then we'll, number 3 there, we'll go into a few reports. The Big Coulee Road Project report. The SWO DOT construction program is doing the base work on this project. With the milling process we completed in the fall of 2019, the SWO DOT construction program was able to get started on this project in May after completing some work on Barker Hill Phase 2 project. The base portion of the work is scheduled to be completed this year, 2020. The box culvert is installed and the road is back open. by Billy Owen's house. And the project it's going good. Any questions on that? To the Barker Hill Phase 2 project, the asphalt process for the project will be completed this week. There is still dirt work to be completed, and sidewalks and dry pads will be completed as the houses are installed. So it's ready to, we're ready to start installing houses and basements type of thing. So we held back on the sidewalks because of the cranes and stuff that they used to put the houses down. We had issues with that up in Enemy Swim when we had put the sidewalks in. They got busted up in some areas. So we'll build the sidewalks as we build the neighborhoods. So, but they are still under contract. So number five, the South Dakota DOT Transportation Alternatives Program. This is a program targeted at transportation alternatives such as pathways, approximately funded at approximately $2.1 million is available through this competitive grant process administered by the South Dakota Department of Transportation, Office of Project Development. Each project has a maximum of $400,000. The SWO-DOT is working on a proposal for a 0.65 mile, 10-foot wide concrete pathway to run north and south from the Siston Housing Development to the new construction and roundabout at South Dakota Highway 10. This project will be built on the south or west side of 8th Avenue East. This road actually has no shoulders and leaves no room for foot traffic along the route. Very highly traveled, and always folks walking along this route. So this will be a conjoined effort with Roberts County and the state of South Dakota DOT. The SWO-DOT has attended the Roberts County Commissioners meeting to gain support, and they are fully in agreement with the project and will sign any agreements that we need going forward. So we still have a process to go through for this project to come to construction. We did do the letter of intent to the South Dakota TAP program, and they did schedule a site visit to come out and look at the project, and it's all been thumbs up so far. So maybe motion number 3 would be to approve the grant proposal for the Siston Housing Pathway Project to the South Dakota Transportation Alternatives Program.
Got a question over here, Lake Traverse.
Mr. Chairman, Cliff, so what is the county, are they just signing off, saying that it's okay to build this project then?
They're actually, yeah, well, and they're giving the okay for us to build the project inside of their right-of-way. This road actually is on our inventory. It's not a collector, but it is on our federal inventory. So if we get an agreement in place with them, and they're all okay with signing any agreement to move forward.
The reason why I bring that issue up is because that road is also, it's east in the city of Siston. And that is within 5 miles of Dakota Connection Casino. This tribe gives Roberts County money to maintain roads within 5 miles of our casino. And this is an issue that was brought up when our last gaming compact was negotiated back in 18. Cheryl, you were down there at that city hall meeting when this discussion took place. And I brought this issue up to them back then as well too, because we have yet to see how the money is being spent that we are giving to Roberts County from the commissioners. And this would be an ideal road because it is traveled quite a bit by our travel members. Even though Curtis would benefit from it directly because it goes in front of his house, but I mean, that's what I'm getting at, Cliff, is that, I wanted to see What is the county doing to chip in for this? You know, I mean, what are they doing to make things safe? I understand, you know, our whole concept here is to make sure that the roads and everything are safe for our members to travel on. But the county's not really doing nothing to assist us. It's always been the tribe and yourself that have been, you know, identifying these roads that are unsafe or that have had, you know, fatality accidents on them because of the poor conditions and the upkeep of them.
Right.
So, I mean, like I said, I mean, I'd like to see a little bit more contribution from the county for this project. You know, other than just giving us the permission for the right-of-way to build this. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Francis from Lake Traverse, any other comments, questions for Mr. Eberhard? Hipa, you have the floor.
So, Mr. Chairman, so after thinking about what Francis mentioned about we give funds to the county to help us, so what are we going to do then? Are we going to ask for them to contribute to this project?
Mm-hmm.
We give them funds already.
Yes.
So I wonder what they do with those money when projects like this come up that we're willing to take on. So where are they in, you know, on these projects?
Yeah. Cliff.
So, I want to just be understood that I'm not in defense of Roberts County. I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, they have over 1,000 miles of road on their inventory, and they get just about $1 million a year to maintain those roads. Roberts County gets no construction funds. So realistically, if we were to sit back and say, Roberts County this, Roberts County that, and we didn't move forward with this grant where the state of South Dakota is going to help us to pay for this pathway for our tribal members, then this won't happen. The people will keep walking in the street, and they won't be safe. So I can guarantee you, Roberts County doesn't have a transportation director to be able to pursue grants like this. They're not set up like that. They aren't. So that's the only thing. If we don't want to move forward with it, Roberts County does. Roberts County's all for it, and we're actually not kicking in, but $88,000. That's a 18.05. That's the match. Is $88,000 for the $400,000 that the state of South Dakota will give us this transportation alternatives program, and it'll make our tribal members safe. I mean, basically it's for the housing to hook up to Siston to all the services that the town has there. So,
The rep from Lake Traverse, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, and Cliff, and I'm going to say it, and Junior can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we're in opposition of it, but it's just, that we're contributing to the county, and the county is not contributing nothing back. That's all we're saying. Maybe what needs to happen is, all of these joint projects that we've had with the county, including, the replacement of the culverts up here on the road to the northwest of Agency Village, replacement of the culvert south of Beaver Flats. We contributed to those, and those are their roads, even though our tribal members use them, and they've contributed minimally. I understand why, but they have manpower, they have equipment. They could be doing cost sharing with that stuff, but they're not. So maybe, Mr. Chairman, what needs to be done is that each one of these projects that happen, that we happen to, go after, because the county doesn't have the means to, either by manpower or grants writers, whatever, Cliff goes after most of his own funding, for all the projects that he does for our reservation. So maybe all that stuff needs to be kept track of, and the next time that our gaming compact is negotiated, that all this stuff be presented to the state that, hey, this is what we're doing for Roberts County already. Why do we got to, continue to give them monetary donations on top of it when they're not utilizing, that funding for upkeep of maintenance of roads and whatnot around our casinos? Just to one more thing, Mr. Chairman, is that, you look at the county commissioners, the chairman of their county commission is the former Roberts County roads manager.
Before I give you the floor, Cliff, we got a question over by Iagapta.
So that's a good point that like Travis is bringing out. Do we keep track of those projects and those accumulated costs? And how do we report that annually? And if we do report it, where does those reports go? Do they go to the county and then as well as to out here to the tribe on these cost share projects? Are these joint projects with the county?
Those projects get reported to the South Dakota DOT.
Okay.
And to the BIA. So everything is recorded what we're doing. And they understand that the tribe is lending a hand to try and build infrastructure for our traveling public,
So, I think that's good. Is there a way that annually at the end of the year that report for the year on any type of projects like this, or maybe a 5-year report can be released annually, so those members of the county and the tribe are well aware of what we're doing
Right.
as a tribe?
Haipa, you got the floor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we're not lending a hand, we're doing it, Cliff. And I agree with Francis. They're not, we pay for them to help with the roads. They're not doing anything, and then they have all their equipment sitting over there. Are they going to be contributing any of their manpower and their equipment to help us on this project? And I think in the future, when we do anything like this, we see what they're going to put in, because we are paying them. And we're doing it, Cliff. They're not doing it, we're doing it.
Right.
And I agree with Francis. I'm not opposed to it, but let's have them do their share.
Do their share.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We got a question back in the back room, but before I get back to you, can you come up and talk with the mic, because there's people in the radio world that are listening to us, because they can't attend our meetings, they're listening from home. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just an FYI, working with our tribal members in home ownership, that those who are on trust land, and if they're on a county road, the county Roberts County will do their approach for them free of charge. That's something to keep in mind too. So it's not all free, they do give back to us, but in different ways. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. I'm going to turn the floor over. Oops, she's talking. Go ahead, Cliff. She's talking in. Go ahead, Cliff. Oh, yeah, Gapta?
So I think we're moving in a good direction here. If we can just start putting annually reports together where we're putting in this cost, because when we want to do something in Roberts County, let's say, for example, our women's shelter, they've turned us down for that. But if we're communicating annually how we're contributing back to the county, and the county members are being informed of that, as well as, of course, our members, this educates them, and maybe they're able to see what we really are contributing, because some of that maybe that they don't know. You know what I'm saying? So if we can get in the routine of doing an annual report, and then maybe Veblen and Lake Travis are pointing out, maybe some of that manpower can be in-kind costs that they're contributing to our projects. So if we can start working some of that into these contracts, that would be, I think, would be beneficial.
Haipa, got the floor.
One more comment, Mr. Chairman. They don't work good with us. Here's examples that we have been told in the past, and we have seen, even when we were on the old building. Our members are snowed in. they're on the road that's snowed in, the county, they come and plow so far, but they won't plow up to that tribal member's house. Then they'll turn around and leave, where us guys are foolish. We plow the whole road and we include them. You know, so they don't work well with us no matter what it is. So I just want to put that out there. Doing one approach ain't nothing to what us guys do for them. We don't cut them off, we include them. And even after all this time, they still do things like that to us. So to me, I have no trust. I have no trust in them. I've seen them time and time again do those things to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Junior.
And Mr. Chairman, just one last thing, now I'm done on the
floor is
issue.
yours.
But I feel as long as we begin to establish this record, should we ever have any issues, we're establishing a good record of
Yeah.
what we've been doing.
We're working on that.
Cliff, the floor is all yours, Cliff.
So Francis asked me who was going to maintain that. We're still in the process of figuring that process out. There is ordinances with the assistant for clearing your sidewalks in front of your house. This might fall underneath that. I do know that Roberts County doesn't have the machinery to do it. We can't put a Bobcat on there. It's a little too heavy for a pathway. So we will figure that out before we move forward. So another thing is, you know, when I first got here, there, like you say, there was absolutely no relationship between the tribe and Roberts County. There was none. There was no communication back and forth at all. And as a transportation guy, I try to stay away from the politics of it. I realize that's a huge part of it, but we need to reach out to the traveling public. And in situations like this, if you went out there 3, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening and see folks pushing baby carts, you know, down this road, and they're walking 3 and 4 deep, and there's, you know, cars going back and forth each way, and they have to swerve around. It's a very high friction point. So
Yeah.
that's what I look at. And if we can get the South Dakota TAP program to help us build this, you know, we would be contributing the gravel, you know, and possibly the workforce to do it. So we would benefit that way, the tribe. You know, we have that Ways and Means now, so we have gravel for that. So there again, motion number 3 would be for the tribe to approve, for the tribal council to approve the grant proposal for the System Housing Pathway Project to the South Dakota Transportation Alternatives Program.
Yeah, so moved by Madam Secretary for that.
Second.
Second by Haipa. Question over, was that Iagapta?
Is there a question?
Yeah, Iagapta, question that.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.?
Yes.
Milton Owen?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, council. Cliff.
Okay, then number 6, the TTP Safety Funds Grant. We're working on 3 different proposals. The Long Hollow Pathway Project. This is a proposal for a pathway from Long Hollow North to Long Hollow South, where the new playground equipment was installed. We've seen this as quite a friction point as kids trying to get from one to the other and get across BIA Route 8 there. So there's also concern with the children crossing the road, so we're proposing a pathway with the crosswalk beacons to be installed there at the crossing to get to the powwow grounds and playground equipment. The lighted stop signs, this project will build on the signs installed in 2019. We'll be adding 8 new locations, some on Day County routes and Roberts County routes. Also, the rumble stops to be installed at these intersections. BIA various routes center line rumble strips project. This project will also build on the edge line rumble strips installed in 2019 by the same grant proposal. So that would be BIA routes 3, 5, 7, and 8. And then I just put a little through the SWDOT networking. We were able to complete the Sistan-Waptanoyate Roadway Safety Improvements Program report. We did this in conjunction with the University of Wyoming LTAP program in 2016. This report has been our go-to for traffic crash data and low-cost safety improvements for the Lake Traverse Reservation. This is where the intersections we have proposed and lighted stop signs, rumble strips, all the data comes from, and also the SDDOT traffic website. This report has made us successful in bringing traffic safety to the Lake Traverse Reservation.
Motion to approve this report.
So moved by Madam Secretary. Second over Hiepa. Question by Tokanoa.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Winfield Rondell Jr.?
Yes.
Milton Owen?
Yes.
Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Francis Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thanks, Mr. Eberhard. Cliff, you're doing a good job, because from my understanding, you got 2 staff over there, yourself and your assistant?
Yes.
Is that right still?
Right.
Even myself, when I was not in these positions, I knew that you guys are doing a good job over there. You hang in there.
She keeps me in line. She keeps me
Awesome.
under that budget line.
Yeah.
Sometimes I try to go over, but she'll pull the reins back. So thank you, Tribal Council. And again, I'd like to congratulate you, Delbert.
Thank you.
My coda on your on being our tribal.
Opi Datanka.
Respect, my friend. Thank you.
Council, how you guys doing? You guys want a quick 5-minute break? I want to go right into this next report. Quick 5 doesn't mean 10. All right, 5-minute break for you guys, Chundees. I'm for one storyteller. you guys have one of these books like that. I was trying to get in, but there's a password, so what they handed out for your projects on here. We're gonna go back in session, if you don't mind. Right now we have, Crystal has some stuff that's coming up, so she wants to kind of give you guys an update on the projects that she's doing over here, especially the numbers she's gonna get out there for our census work.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, executives and tribal council. I'm just here, we're just going to take up a few minutes, and I want to introduce Do Bad Warrior. She's our tribal specialist for the 2020 census, and she's out of the Dallas Regional Census Center. She works with Cheyenne River, Flandreau, Santee Sioux, Sisseton, and she also helps out at Yankton. So she provided us with those promotional items that I passed out to each and every one of you. Except for the t-shirts we ordered out of our own funding source. So those promotional items, we've got about 500 or 600 of each item. So what we're gonna do is, starting next weekend, and I handed out a list of projects that, 3 projects for sure on this colored sheet up behind that. I handed out a list of 3 projects that we're working on August and September. So we're gonna kind of hit it hard and then get out there and get the census enumerators to help people fill out their census forms. Do can talk a little bit about the the on Lake Traverse Reservation and off reservation numbers. So we're at 38%. And every week, I believe this figure goes up, and then we get updated as to where we're at, how many have been counted. So I'm gonna turn this mic over to Do, and then she'll just explain a little bit about who she is and how she's helping us with the census. So.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Do Badwayer with the 2020 census. So like Crystal said, I'm out of the
Don't mind, you gotta,
River region.
can you push that mic closer, because we have people in the radio world that are
Okay.
listening in.
Ihani Washday. Good morning, everyone. I'm Do Badwayer with the United States Census Bureau, and I am the Tribal Partnership Specialist for your tribe. And so I work with, like Crystal said, Flandreau, Yankton, Cheyenne River, and Flandreau. And so I just wanted to bring awareness on the 2020 census and how important that is, that population count. It affects us for the next 10 years. And in 2010, we were undercounted everywhere. All tribes across the United States were undercounted. So I want to make that effort this year to make sure that we get as much funding as possible, because the federal funding is based off the population count. And it's $675 billion that help determine how that's spent, on housing, roads, public safety, our hospitals, our education, emergency responses. Going back to emergency responses, the CARES Act, the COVID money, was determined off of 2010 data. So we were undercounted then, and so obviously now in 2020, we're still being undercounted. So we were shorting ourselves for the last 10 years, and so even now, we're still getting shorted by our numbers. So like Crystal said, Sisseton is one of the top 3 in the state for our tribes at 38.1%, and that gets updated daily. So as we have events, Crystal goes and looks and sees how successful her events were by that response rate. And so I'll just kind of give you a rundown of the states, the tribes in the state. So Flandreau's leading us now at 41.1%, Yankton's at 48.8%, Sisseton's at 38.1%, Standing Rock's at 33%, Lower Brule's at 24.4%, Crow Creek is at 23.4%, Cheyenne River's at 22.2%, Rosebud is at 17.4%, and Oglala Sioux Tribe is at 16%. And so Crystal has done an amazing job this last year. I've been working with her, and she's had all different events and has brought awareness and has brought different people to the table. Tom Wilson has been with us since the beginning, and she's done a really great job. And so she secured 2 grants. The NCAI has given you guys $2,500 to spend on census materials, however you determined to spend that money. And then the Native Governance Center has allocated $8,333 to you. So that's the money that Crystal is using for all of these different things. That's her budget. I know other tribes have allocated more to help, and especially with the CARES Act funding, they've allocated some of that money because obviously the census has impacted their official count, so they can do that. I know my friend Ira Taken Alive, him and Chairman Faith allocated $75,000 for their census efforts, so they've been using that and doing different activities in each of their communities to bring their count up, and so that's why they've had such a successful count. They're at 33%, but they were at 18% just a few weeks ago, but they've been hitting it hard with different events to bring that response rate up for them. Just so you know, the time frames due to COVID, we were due to close last Friday, the 31st. That was the official census deadline, but due to COVID, they extended that to October 31st. So people have up until October 31st to respond, but operations have been cut short. So the enumerators and my position ends on September 30th. So we want to have as many events from now until September 30th, because then after that, then it's just up to our people to respond. And look where we're at right now. For Sisseton, we're only at 38% of our population that's counted. So those are a lot of households that are being missed, and we're hoping to get, with these events and bringing awareness. But we need your help, and that's why we're here today, is to bring awareness in each district. If you could help to commit to a date for each of your district to help Crystal. She has the census materials and the enumerators that we have for each of these events. If you could just, pull her aside or get with her and set a date for each of your communities, so each of your community gets counted. And we're not shorting ourselves for the next 10 years because we're stuck with this number whether we like it or not. So let's, help ourselves and, bring awareness and promote these events. Do you guys have any questions?
Madam Secretary, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. What is the most effective way that these other tribes are getting their census numbers?
Yep. So one of these events that Crystal's doing, the first event right here, is a drive-through, and so that's been really successful. My coworker up in Turtle Mountain had an event at his Sky Dancer Casino, and so Chairman Azure was there, and he helped promote that event, and so they seen an increase on that event, and so that's why I encourage Crystal to hold that event. There's no contact. You feed them, do a hot dog and chips kind of feed, and then there's people there to help them fill out their census, and then.
You gotta pull it up or talk louder through your mask.
Okay. Sorry about that. It's hard to talk through this thing. So one of the things is a drive-through event. My coworker up in Turtle Mountain at the Sky Dancer Casino, they had an event, a drive-through event. So they had different programs there. There was a lot of attention to it. They they broadcasted, they promoted it, and they had over 250 people attend that drive-through. And so that was 250 houses and people that they were able to count with that event, that one event. And so that's why we're hoping to, do this event and have that success here. So that's one event. I know at Standing Rock, Ira, and them have done in each community with the food distribution program. They had, that incorporated into their, where people would fill out their census and they would grab their food at the end. So those are, a few successful things that they've done. I know Cheyenne River, we're talking tomorrow about the same thing, what events we can do in each community. The Housing Authority there on Cheyenne River has allocated $20,000 to help with census, whether it be radio ads or, helping pay for food. They allocated $20,000 out of their money to bring awareness, to the census, because they know how important it is. We're overcrowded and underfunded, and so they're trying to, get the accurate count so they don't have to continually do grants to, get them to the end and, it's hard for them to justify their overcrowding, especially the confidentiality issue and people, being scared to report. So they had a big promotion on, that it doesn't, this information is protected by federal law, that this information can't be shared with anybody, and that Housing Authority doesn't have access to this information. The chairmans don't have access. It's protected by federal law. So it's getting out there with that, letting people know that it's confidential. It's 10 questions. It's easy. A lot of times it takes less than 5 minutes to fill it out. But we just want to make sure that everybody's counted.
Yes, most definitely. I'm going to turn the floor over to Haipa. Go ahead, Junior.
Yep. So it affects housing. A lot of our housing, roads, public safety, our hospitals, our education, our emergency responses, the LEAP, our WIC, our Head Starts, they're all based off of population count funding. And so that's the official count of the United States government. And so that they use that number. It may not be accurate because we're not 100% counted. Even right now, if they were to, end last Friday, we would have been stuck with that number of 30%, for the next 10 years. So we're just trying to make sure that this number is accurate because we want those resources and services to stay in our communities and be accurately funded.
Any more questions or comments, Council? Madam Secretary, please.
Crystal, are you the only one that is working on the census, or do you have door-to-door census takers?
We do have, well, there are several. I'm the only one through here that kind of coordinates, and then we have a committee. We have some committee of volunteers. We have, well, there's a few from the districts, I can't think of any of the names right now. Tammy Goodwin. Over the last, since October, we've been having, meetings up until the COVID hit in March. But we had meetings, and then we've had about maybe not a steady amount, but new ones would come in. Like Dr. Johnson came and expressed interest, and just different ones came to our meetings to offer their help. So I'll be sending out notices to those who have come to our committee meetings and asking them to volunteer. But, right now that's hard. So on that budget proposal our budget was already approved by council. So we do have that $9,000. We've got it all ready to go. And so just in case anybody's, some other tribes do, has informed us that they'll give out a TV. So one of the drawings will be a TV. So when you come through the Memorial Drive, and you'll get a hot dog and some chips and some water, and you also get a ticket for a drawing. So we'll have several prizes, nice prizes, maybe gift cards or maybe even a TV, But so I just want all of you to know that the money is coming not from the tribe, but the money's coming from these 2 grants that we got. We already bought T-shirts, and those T-shirts we used one of our local T-shirt vendors. So that you have a T-shirt in the bag just to show you. And we did have a campaign to give away, we gave away 80 T-shirts to everybody who responded. We have a Facebook page that's called 2020 Census SWO on Facebook, Sisseton. So we did a little campaign on there, and we said, please let me know if you completed the census. So we had about 80 people, and so we gave out T-shirts there. We still have some T-shirts to give out, but so that's going to be happening. We're going to have door prizes and some little bit of food, but we're going to try to make it as safe as possible. So if you drive through, some of the census enumerators that are hired by census will be there, and they'll have their computer, and you could just sit in your car, and they could stand there, and you could answer the questions, and they'll fill out the form. So, you'll have your distance, and they could just drive through the park and then get their hot dog and then just get their ticket. And then we'll go live with Tom at the end of the day, and then we'll do those door prize drawings for everybody to see. So, and then if anybody has any ideas, any suggestions, we can arrange, if you want to have a little event at your district, we could do that. Or if you have any ideas on some other things that we can do because it's going to go quick between August and September. So by September, we have to have it done. So.
Thanks, Krista.
I know you had asked other ideas. I know Flandreau has had where they place stickers on different fast food places. Have you been counted? 2020 census, but also we have their tribal health on board as well, and so they have little flyers that they have that they're attaching to all the prescriptions because it's a drive-through. And so they're saying, please respond to the 2020 census, and then it gives the link and the call-in number. So we could do that here as well. That's another idea. They've been sitting at the local food marts and handing out flyers and asking if they need help with census. So any place, any events that you have that we could piggyback off of in Crystal can, we would appreciate, just throw her in the loop, because we can have people, the enumerators there and working those events. So Crystal doesn't have to do it, because I know this is really time consuming, and so we're just trying to have volunteers and that can help her with some of these events.
Madam Secretary, you have the floor.
Just one more thing. Last night they had a special on John Lewis, and he said, voting is a sacred right. It's an instrument of truth. So to exercise your right to vote is sacred. And I think to exercise our ability to fill out the census forms and be counted is going to help the tribal nations overall. And I really hope that the listeners out there will take that time to do the census and get their family counted. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for that. I just also wanted to mention that at Cheyenne River, we are also having working with the local representatives to register voters at that same time too. So that's something that we could do if anybody in the area knows how to contact Crystal in contact with them. They can piggyback off of our event and do both things at the same time. But it's hard for Crystal to do both. So if some volunteers or different people could help her, we could add that into it, because I think that, like you said, it goes hand in hand, especially with the representation that the census helps bring, determines the representation for your area. And so it's really important. Both are equally important for Indian country.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Michael, the floor is yours. We continue into our planning report.
Good morning.
Reservation planning on deck.
So this morning we have a series of our monthly reports. First up is Bruce Jones, our project coordinator for the jail, plus the 3 CRF-funded construction projects, the COVID facility, the daycare, and the food pantry. And he's got a report to hand out. We're going to talk about the jail first. And then after that, we have an update from Steve Gunn and Joseph Eve and Nick Wong from Whiffley on where everything is at. And they have a report to hand out as well. But we'll do Bruce first, and then we get to the other reports.
Yeah, just for a heads up, Michael, too. I don't know if you're here when DCA was in, but I know we want to extend that. So just because everybody wants to be on the same page with the planning and with this project, they want to be invited to those meetings.
I missed that. Who did?
DCA, the District Association Board. They want to be a part of this, too.
Oh, our reports to council?
Yep, just so we're all on the same page with council and DCA. All that accurate information will go back to the districts.
We report the first Wednesday of every month to council.
Wednesday every month.
Yep.
I'll try to remember that. So
yep. Yeah, we're usually up after realty, but transportation got in there before we got up today.
Okay.
So it's usually realty, planning, but it was realty, transportation, and planning today.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Bruce is up.
Thank you. I handed out a report on the jail project, and I want to go through that briefly, and I do have a recommendation on the process on that. I'd like to say that I'm not sure any recommendation is actually a positive recommendation. My recommendation is really based on the best, worst options that are available for Sisinawapanoyate. After this process, there's no silver bullet. There's no answer that's going to fix this issue. But I do think that in this process, you have to decide what you want out of it and how much patience you have and what the risk is if you go a different directions. And so I'll just go through this quickly to get to the recommendations. I put in the critical steps within this budget. The 638 contract has been signed with the BIA. The design team is in place. They're working. They're scheduled to be done by October 1. And so the stage that they're in right now is presenting their draft conceptual design along with an operating policy for that design. And the BIA is now reviewing that in the Aberdeen office. So that's very preliminary. But once they get feedback from the BIA, they're gonna move forward to finalize that design. And again, it's a conceptual design. So the next step, once that preliminary design is approved, under the contract, the tribe then would solicit a design build firm that would finish the design from 20% to completely designed and then build that project. So the next design team that comes in is actually going to build the facility based on the 638 contract in place today. And I put some estimated timeframes because nobody really knows exactly once we get past the current contract what the next contract start date is. But I think these timeframes are estimates are fair. If the BI signs off on the 20% design, that would lead to a procurement of the design build firm by the end of this calendar year. I'm saying January 1. They would then go through the full design of the facility with 3 full BI reviews, and so I'm estimating that's going to take about 8 months. Out of that 8 months, there's probably 2 months of review process time in that 8 months. So that, which means that if the design is done by September of 2021, construction would then start. And I'm looking at about a 15-month construction period. So you'd be looking at construction ending December of 2022. And there may be ways to speed this process up, but realistically, those are the kind of time frames it takes. So I want to go to the heart of what I think is the critical issue today, which is if you look at the second page of the report, this is the preliminary design of the layout. It's small and hard to read, but it gives you a flavor of what actually is being reviewed today. The second part of that, which is the critical part, which is the third page of the handout, is the fact that building that is preliminary design is 22,000 square feet. And what that does is the cost of the project then is connected to how big the building is. And while they're required to do an estimation of cost, which is in the process of being done, they've told us that it's going to be $11 to $13 million is what it's going to cost to build this facility with 22,000 square feet. So that puts this project way underfunded. And that's the issue today, is what is the process to deal with this. And so I think this project is at a fork in the road here in the next 5 to 60 days, because IDS is going to be done. They're under contract. They're going to present their design. At that point, I think there's several paths to take. And in this document, I tried to lay out 3 different distinct paths that are your options. And the first option is to work within the BI review process to engage the Aberdeen area facility folks, and then try to work within that system to try to bring the project cost into a more realistic figure. But with that design, it's not gonna bring it down to $5 million. There's no way you're gonna be able to bring this cost down to $5 million. But I think there are some improvements that can be made. I'm convinced there's improvements that can be made and have a lower cost and have a more functional facility, that without a doubt in my mind. And then while that process is going on, then go ahead and look for other funding. And I know Mark Van Norman has talked to this issue and is actively seeking out those other funding opportunities. He feels confident that there are ways that funding opportunity can be realized, whether it's the 2021 budget, BIA budget, or whether it's other methods to, where it's COVID money, or whether it's actually a lease process. So he's looking at that strategy, and he feels confident that it can be found. The problem is timelines, because those commitments for funding aren't going to be made until later in the process, because you're going to be at a stage where you need to move ahead here in 60 days, and that money is not going to be committed within this 60-day period. So that's one path. One is work on the design and then aggressively seek additional funding. Once your funding is procured, then move into the design build as soon as you possibly can. But that's going to cause a pause in this project and a delay. There's no doubt about that in my mind. You're looking at, and nobody knows what that pause is going to be, because until the money's committed, moving ahead with a contract with a design build, I think, is extremely risky, and I'm not sure the BIA would even concur with that contract. I don't know why they would. So that's the first option, and actually that's the option I'm recommending, is through that process. I think it creates the least amount of risk to the project. I think you have good people in place to secure that funding, and at that point, then it opens up the competitive nature of the design build, because there are a group of design build firms out there that I think can do this project if they're given the time to do it. So I want to talk about the other two options, because there's other ways to approach this. Sure. One is to basically stop the current design and look for additional design team to come in and say, our budget's $5 million. Design something that's functional, that will be approved by the BI within $5 million. The problem with that, I think, is the path you're on. Stopping that, you've already committed to a $330,000 payment to the current design team, which is 90% done. And I don't know that anybody can come in and meet this design criteria that the BI has with $5 million.
Curtis, you got the floor.
That they're 90% done, but have we paid them for anything yet?
There is an invoice, I believe, Michael, of around $50,000, $49,000, which is the first invoice that has not been paid.
Okay. And the reason why I say that is because I think everywhere we turn was a roadblock for this project, and it's frustrating because this should have been done already. And it's frustrating to sit here and say we have to keep doing this, this, and this. Every time we complete something, there's something else that comes up in this project. So I'm with you. I'm about. I mean, I agree with you on just putting a halt to this project until we can secure the adequate funding to move forward to complete it from start to finish. So, but like I said before, I think I said it yesterday in council that I'm frustrated with this because we're just hitting roadblock after roadblock on this, and it's not good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Curtis, for your comments. Council, anything else? Any questions before? Iagapta?
When we first started this project, I think we had hope that we found a design that would fit within our budget. It would be coming in right around the $7 million amount. We thought we were moving in that direction, and our holdup was just getting BAE to review that design and make sure that it's within their requirements. And that was the part we couldn't make happen. We couldn't get BA to look at that design. I feel like, and this is just my opinion from all the meetings and discussions I've participated in, I feel like we're being forced to go with a template that doesn't fit us. It's not efficient for our needs. And the original design that we looked at that fit our budget was more efficient for our needs. So how do we, if we were to go with this second design, would that be pretty much option 2?
Yeah, and I agree with everything that you just said. In fact, in this document, I talk about the fact that BIA is not shy in coming out and saying that they want the same design criteria nationwide.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to design their jails in a certain way where everything, the kitchen's here, the process is here, and they're not shy in saying that to the design team and to the group.
Okay, I'm going to turn the floor over to Yagapta after you, then I'm going to turn it over to Heipa.
Sorry, but to stay on track with that point, just like we talked about, BIA has their own projects. We're not BIA, we're 638. This is our jail. So, I mean, if BIA wants that standard, that's their choice to do so, but this is ours. And this is what we should have a say in. And I feel like they're not hearing us. Our goal to go up there was to ask for their support, to allow us to build according to our need, and not try to make us fit in a BIA standard in different locations where it's not our need. Our need is this, and this is what we're asking for, and we're asking for their support to recognize that. So, I mean, I hear that, but at the same time, I don't agree with that. We're not BA, we're 630, this is our jail.
Thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, Heipa.
Mr. Chairman, they aren't listening to us. BIA are not listening to us on what we need. Also, with all the regulations and everything that they want us to put into this facility, the one that will fit us, they never gave us enough funding to do what they're asking. From the very beginning, they never gave us enough. So, and we have talked in the past about the Falkton facility and how that would fit us, and that our funding could cover that. But they need to approve of it so that it fits their criteria and regulations and all that. And if we have the funding for that on this number 2 option, well, we can have ours built to suit us, but they are not working with us and getting us the funding we need. So when you mentioned the options, and the other day you went up to Aberdeen and you didn't meet with the people we needed to meet with to help make this decision, if we could use the Falkton facility, that suits us. So there's another obstacle. They want us to build it their way, but they're not meeting with us, nor are they giving us the funding we need. So I kind of like this option number 2, Bruce, how I was thinking of it, and since the very beginning, everything we ran into with the BIA. My question, Mr. Chairman, is have they looked at the Falkton facility? Do we know if they've looked at it, the BIA?
Some of them have looked at it, but it hasn't been studied. I mean, they're looking at basically a schematic design, and that isn't a deep enough analysis of that facility design to make any kind of criteria determination.
So then my question would be, are the right ones looking at it? Yes. Are the head guys that okay the funding, are they looking at it? Or is their assistant looking at it? this came up in our discussion yesterday. The assistant to the people we were supposed to be meeting
Didn't show up.
didn't show up, but 3 assistants below that guy showed up. But how does that help us?
Exactly.
Council, maybe our chairman needs to go and meet with who makes these decisions. Because look how long it's taking when we have to meet 3 assistants below the assistant to the guy. We're still sitting here talking about it. And it should be moving along by now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for your words. I'm going to go after Junior's comments too. He's making some good points too. I just want to say, since I took the chair here, is anybody asked our over here in Russell Hawkins, anybody asked him to come to these meetings? Because he works for us, and I know he's pretty good friends with Timothy. That would help us move things a lot easier. Go ahead, Junior.
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't work when they're friends, when they're buddies, because they don't want to offend him or step on his toes or make him look bad. But we don't want that kind of relationship.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's
You know,
just.
that's,
But
I mean,
then
I know
again,
that's
he
the
works for us, though.
I know
Yeah.
that's the route we got to take, but I don't think they should be friends or buddies, because instead of hitting the problem straight on, they come up with different ways to go around it, and then in the end, we don't get what we need.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Junior. Any more comments, Council? Floor is yours, Mr. Jones. Yep.
Sure, thank you. The third option is just to try to plunge ahead and bring on a design build firm to just kind of go off in a different direction. And I think that's the highest risk option, because once you commit to that, the underlying risk that nobody wants to see is once this building is built, that the operating funds are not there to support the operations of that facility. So the worst case scenario of all of this is to get it built and then not have those continuing operation funds available. And I think the third option is highly risky, because the system that commissions these buildings is not transparent, and they come out and they look at it, and then you're just stuck with whatever the response is, and that's after it's built, and that's the worst position to be in. I think you can actually do 2 options. One is to address the upfront switch of design within this process and still continue down the path that you're on with IDS, because you're already in that process. But I would encourage to bring everybody who's been a part of this, because there's been a million conversations that's gone on in this project for the last 2.5 years. I mean, this project is old, and this funding is old, and the area director supported the idea of not putting this funding at risk. He said, no, nobody will take this money away. But this project is not new. This is an old project. And I would encourage, especially Mark Van Norman, who's been active in communicating with both the design team and the BI, to be part of creating that strategy to bring a new design criteria within this process. And not giving up what you have, but trying to get something that you want.
Yeah, Gupta, you had a comment or a question?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. To go back to the conversation when we were in Aberdeen, we did ask that question specifically. We're trying to understand where they're at with this. And we were told when we asked that question, what do they recommend us do? Do we move forward with the hopes to get money, or do we work within our budget? And he said, if I were you, I would build according to your budget. So that, to me, is saying that we do need to look at another design that is more conducive to our needs and fits within reach of our budget. And that was my overall takeaway from that meeting.
Yeah, and I agree with your analysis of that conversation. I think that came more from, I don't want to promise you $7 million to build this facility. So as a federal funder, which I was a federal funder for 35 years, that's the least risky thing for a federal funder to say is, if you have a budget, stay within your budget, because I can't commit additional sources. But I think it's going to not come back to the area that's going to make that decision. That's going to be made in Albuquerque with the facility people. And again, going back to Mark Van Norman's conversations, is he's been working closely with Carl and other staff there to try to get to where this is. And so I would say any variation of moving ahead with a discussion of design change with the funding to bring Mark and that team, so everybody knows what's been said in the past, because there's been a million conversations.
So,
but we are really at a crossroads on this project. And when you come in $7 million underfunded, and this was underfunded the day it was funded, and they knew that, we're at a crossroads, because you can't move ahead and you can't back up is where it feels to me from that conversation in Aberdeen is you can't go forward and you can't back up.
So would it be possible for us to do a second design to get that, to answer the question of whether that will meet BIA standards, and then what that cost would be with this second design? What would the difference be? Is there a way to work that into this phase of the project design where we've got two options on the table?
Well, and I reviewed the contract since our meeting in Aberdeen with IDS, and there's a value engineering component of their process, and I think we could try to fold that analysis within that value. The thing is that they don't have another design to provide that value analysis with, and so if they would allow the tribe to provide a schematic design and then do that value assessment, there may be a way to bring it into that contract, because there is a component in that contract to do value engineering, which is that's basically the definition of value engineering. So
can we do that?
We got a question off the floor over here. One of our tribal members on the corner over there, Mr. Renville.
what is the cost to design the building? Redesign it? Yes, and the stage of design that it's in right now is the 20% design. So this is
the time to
probably 15% of a total design cost of preliminary design, and the contract is $325,000, Michael, somewhere in that range, to do the 20% design plus the site evaluation, and then working on the program requirements.
I like that approach.
That's not what it says. Yeah, 331. Okay. But to go back to Lisa's question on the tribe can easily come up with a schematic design, because the tribe's been working with other architects on this and could present that. I don't know what the response from the BI is going to be, and that's going to be the key, and it's not going to be decided by the area director in Aberdeen, who is at our meeting. It's going to be decided by Albuquerque probably, and nobody knows who that is, and so I think getting that team together is critical.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think since we're in this 20% design phase,
Right.
This is the opportune time to entertain that. So is that something that we would need a motion to amend, or to look into pursuing an amendment to this contract for value engineering and bringing in a second design?
Or at least
I'm not sure how that.
At least a schematic design concept is what they would have to look at in that process, because you wouldn't have to bring in a complete design. It would basically go to the heart of the operations of the facility and how it's structured.
Okay.
So you wouldn't need anything past a 20% design, because you can see they're able to make that determination at 20%.
Yes.
And I think honestly, you have probably two designs that are at 20% now that you own.
Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to this effect, but I'm just not sure, Bruce, the technical language that I need to be.
Yeah. Yeah, Kapta, you satisfied? Okay. I'm going to turn the floor over to Madam Secretary.
Bruce, in speaking with Mark Van Norman, there's other tribes that are in the same situation. And what he had suggested that we approach BIA as a unified front to request more funding for all of the tribes that are underfunded for their detention centers. And from what I understand, if we go with the BIA design, that they would supply the O&M for these facilities. So I think Mark is meeting with all the other tribes now.
Yes.
And I think before we make any motions, that we need to sit down as a group, including Mark, and he plans to be here on August 19th, and possibly hash it out then, because I'm hoping that we're going to get more money so we can continue and finish this project. So I just wanted to say that, because I don't want us to stop the project altogether when, you know, Mark is still actively seeking out funding for us. Thank you.
Before I turn the floor over to Iagapta, I appreciate the Madam Secretary's words too. And I was kind of thinking the same thing too, that it takes careful planning. I know we're going to be sitting here, we could talk about this all day, and this this issue, that we table it, then we could sit around and have good roundtable discussions and have everybody at the table with this issue with the jail system, if that's okay with council, that we don't make any decisions today. Iagapta, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with Madam Secretary, but also I would like to keep in mind that we have been doing this. We have been going and we have been lobbying for more money for BIA. When it gets to BIA, we do all the work, and they decide who gets what. And what they originally promised us for our jail, they did not give us. They gave us $7 million under what they're saying we need. So we can keep going that route, or we can say, this is what we want. BIA projects are under budget. That's their bad. We don't want to start a build under budget. Allow us to look and research and do a design that fits us. Not make your mistake over here where now all your projects are over budget. We see your path. We don't want that. So we have an opportunity to say, this is our build.
Yep.
Allow us and support us, area office, on what we want and what fits for us. They're here to work for us. They're here to fight for us. And I think that was our goal, was to get them to support. Yes, BIA has their own design, but we're not BIA. This is our jail. If your projects are over budget, we don't want that. We want to build according to our need and according to our budget. And right now, when we're 20% in design build, we haven't invested too much. We've invested some, but we're not to that point of no return, that we should be looking at different options. And we should be entertaining that. And we should be asking our area office to support us. That's what you're here for. When you go back to that circle, you're here representing SWO, not BAA projects. And that was our goal, and that's what I feel as a council we should stand for. And yes, I'm all for supporting other tribes in BAA. For funding, we've got a 20-bed medium security that we still need to lobby for money, so we can take that approach and help the other tribes in that area. But for this jail, I can't see spending $12 million for a 25-bed facility. I can't see it. And we shouldn't bow down to that and say, this is what it is. When 12 million can get us so much more, if you allow us to find a research that fits us here in this region. And I'm done, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Yagapta. I'm going to turn it over to Curtis representing Long Hollow.
So, Bruce, you sit here and you reported us 3 options. I mean, what do you foresee us going with? Because you're the one that's, kind of spearheading this project. You're the one overseeing this. You're looking out for the best interest of the tribe. So, I would really want your recommendation here.
What I try to do in the recommendation is to take Lisa's point and leave that option open to the tribe to re-envision this project. Leave that option open, not give in. But at the same time, align with the Secretary's comment of August 19th to have that meeting to create that strategy in funding. And I'm convinced that even with a redesign, there's going to be additional funding requirements in this project just because of the construction cost. So I think it's a given there needs to be more financial resources in this project. I just don't think it needs to be $7 million. It may need to be $1.5 million or $2 million, depending on how it's ultimately designed. But my recommendation is really, in my mind, is a split between those two ideas that I think are compatible together. One is to take a serious look at design and engage the BIA. At the same time, create that path for future funding, because not only the 20 beds, but you're also going to need additional resources for this. And Mark has already started that process. And so those communications, even though the BIA would not share the resources needed to complete those other 4, he's currently reaching out to those tribes to find out what their needs are to bring it together. So my recommendation, which is basically to engage the BIA in the process of design, at the same time doing everything that can be done to attract more resources to this project. And I think that fork in the road is going to come up October 1 or about. And I think what this is going to cause is a pause in this process. And I'm recommending to accept that pause, understanding you have 2 different options. And honestly, the BIA it needs to work with you, or they're in control of this project. And I've asked Michael several times, what's the value in a 638 contract if the BIA is going to be in total control and underfund it? And so I'm still searching for the benefit of that 638 contract and putting the responsibility on this group to do this when you have no ability to select your design. So my recommendation, Curtis, is to basically combine their vision of how to do this, understanding that October 1, when IDS is done, there's going to be a pause waiting for the BIA in that negotiation process, and Mark working to get additional funding that may not be available until next summer. I mean, there's a real possibility under the allocation. There probably won't be a budget October 1. Does that recommendation make sense?
Well, no, not really, because, and this is my opinion, when IDS came on board, everything changed. What I mean by that is that we were on pace to get this jail built within our budget, which is the 4.875 with the 300,000. When IDS came on, everything changed. Now we're $7 million short. And so this is my frustration here, is that things keep changing and going in a different direction when we should have stayed on the right path and we could have had this built. That's what I'm saying. So I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we were on the right path when we started this. Our mistake was when we let BIA come in and assist us. Because like Curtis mentioned, we're 7 million short now, going their route. When we were moving ahead with how we wanted it, we were okay. We had the funds to do it. And then they came in and to assist us, and they assisted us right into 7 million short. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I agree. Since we started this project, that was one of my visions and my dreams, is to get this jail up. And we were going in the right direction. We went to Falkton, we seen theirs, they gave us 5 million to work with, BIA, so we went there. We were working from the budget that they gave us. We looked at Falkton's and it fits us. It fits our needs. So the whole plan was to have BIA take a look at it. And I don't even know, like what you're saying, Bruce, that they didn't even really evaluate Falkton's jail. And that would have fit us and our needs here. Our needs isn't where all the other jails, the template and what their design is. It doesn't fit every tribal need. Our needs are different. And when we went there, we looked at it and we had hopes that this is what was going to take place. This is our jail, finally. And when BIA stepped in, just in one day, they start redesigning everything and bringing their own jail here, which is not fitting our needs. So we were hoping with the conversation yesterday when we went to Aberdeen that they would at least go take a look at it, and whatever their design is and what we need, they could place that in there. And the cost might be up a little bit, like the cafeteria was too small. We already knew that it was going to fit BIA standards. But we could add to it. Just take that design and just add what we need. To me, it was a simple fix, but they didn't even look at it. Me, I stand strong on this is what we need. And they should be working with us and helping us in our needs. So we need a strong voice. And I believe the meeting yesterday was in a positive because Tim did say that he would support us. So I'm kind of having hope in going in that direction and redesign to our needs. This is what we want. This is what we need. This is our jail. Hear us. Hear what we have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tokanwa. Appreciate it. Before Lake Travis, did you still want the floor, or?
Mr. Chairman, we've probably been through 3 different architectural firms for this facility, and it's probably spent about $100,000 on designs. Our first firm was EKMNP. Then we had to wait many, many years because there was a possible conflict of interest because they did previous work for the Department of Justice. Then we went with HKG, and they're the only ones that responded to the RFP. And they came in with their design, and it was within our budget. Then now we come to this other firm that was recommended by the BIA. Then they come in with overinflated prices because they think we have the money. We don't have that type of money. Our facility isn't funded the way that they were probably used to working for with other tribes that were fully funded. And to me, it is the BIA's responsibility. It is their fault. Our facility wouldn't be decommissioned if it wasn't for them not doing their jobs. We failed every inspection point on their paperwork that they came and inspected our facility for. And before that gentleman retired, Gary, I can't remember what his name was, but he came here and he told us, yes, it is our fault. We're sorry that we didn't make it here to your reservation to inspect and to give you guys, ideas on how to fix what's wrong. So now he retired. He's no longer there. But I still think that the BIA is just going to give you lip service because they're not going to be able to give us more funding. It's the congressionals and the representatives that are going to give us more funding. We just contributed to a lot of them to their campaign funds. We have a lobbyist in D.C. We need to utilize that. That's what's going to get us more funding. And if we got to go back to HKG, which came in with the design, and if they're not going to, and if the BIA is not going to, come down and look at our plans like how they already are, they're not looking at the Falkton facility. HKG designed that facility. We can sit here and talk about this and talk about it and waste our time, but we need to, start knocking on our congressionals and representatives' doors. That's where we need to be at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's going back with what Junior was saying earlier too, maybe that myself and a team that needs to go up there and start knocking on those doors and getting those meetings and to go after that. Going back to, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
I'd like to go back to the Secretary's comment of having that meeting when Mark is here, because I think to approach the BIA is going to need to be a coordinated, thoughtful process to make sure all the bases are covered. In working with the congressional staff, you're in a perfect position to have those meetings and focus on that funding. But I think the BIA is a different animal, as you are very experienced in, and I think Mark can shed some light on that. I think that conversation would be extremely critical, both for the BIA interaction in Albuquerque and also on the future funding. So if we could set up that date and basically have a roundtable on that to create that plan.
Council, any more discussions? I'm going to.
So, Mr. Chairman, is there any action needed at this time on this? Are we going to just sit and come up with another plan to move
I would like to come up with sit down and have a round table.
Okay.
And come up with a new plan, because this is a very important issue that's been going on since 2015.
Sounds good.
I think the rest of the council are in the same thinking that we sit down and go at it again. August 19th, the date we'll make start planning that. August. Gary, did you have anything to add? Is it what? Oh, it's not the 19th? Yeah, we can sit. We'll sit down and come up with something.
And Secretary, do you know Mark's schedule? We can contact Mark, because I think it's critical that Mark is at the table, because he's had a tremendous amount of conversations.
Yes.
And can provide a lot of guidance. So, I can contact Mark and try to schedule something and to expand his visit.
Okay, what Mark said on the call the other day, and he scheduled it with Jan Trefia from Albuquerque to be here at SWO on August 19th for the full day. And also, we were going to invite BIA from Aberdeen down, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, yeah. And I think if we can have a pre-meeting to that meeting without IDS in it, would be really good.
Mm-hmm.
Is that good with you guys, council? Okay.
I do have one other thing. If you have your laptops, your iPads, I can take those with me and have Daniel set up email addresses. And if you already have your email addresses set up, I just need your email address. And so either way you'd like to do it, if you'd like to leave your iPad in the chairman's office with your name on it and your passcode to open it, I'll have him create email addresses for you. And so all you'll have to do is punch in your passcode and click on email, and then we'll upload all the documents that come from all the projects on a biweekly basis. So if you'd like to do that, that's fine. If you've already got your email, I just need your email addresses to make sure I get those right. So I can take some today. If you'd like, I can come back and pick those up later, and then I'll make sure everybody gets their iPad back with the correct email address that Daniel will set up. And I do have the chairman's iPad, and I'm going to take that back with me today.
Okay, thank you.
The COVID isolation facility is finishing up the foundation and putting in the in-ground plumbing. That project is going very well. They found very little issues with the site, which is good. And you'll start seeing walls go up here at the end of the month. And so about the 1st of September, they're going to start framing. The contractor seems to be working closely with Taro. The suppliers have been active. We're still finishing up the final designs on the HVAC to make sure that they meet the current CDC standards, and that's going well. So that project is moving along well. The food pantry, we're looking at needing that building to come down in September, early September, so the site can be developed and the steel building can be put up the end of September. So, okay.
Okay, so real quick, the update on the groundbreaking, all the contracts are signed with the architect, with Bruce, and with Consolidated Construction. So the groundbreaking is going to be scheduled for Monday the 24th for both the daycare and the food pantry, and they'll be on-site mobilizing on the 27th, Thursday the 27th. So that's the plan for the food pantry and the daycare.
Okay.
Yep. So we are going to need some a motion to establish the escrow accounts for each of those projects. In the contracts, we do have to provide Consolidated Construction with proof of funding. So we've been going around by email between Greg Bennett and the executives to get that all figured out, but we didn't make a motion yet to establish those accounts and to fund them with the CRF funding, and then provide Consolidated Construction with proof of funding, which basically just means we just give them a copy of the bank statement showing that the funding is in there, and that'll take care of that. And we did make a motion so that all the payments moving forward on the COVID facility will be just signed off and checked off on by the chairman, so it doesn't have to keep coming back to council every month, because the payments are just once a month anyway. But sometimes the payments don't work out with council schedule. So, and it's already all budgeted and ready to go. We had our first round of payments come through, and I think it may have come out of the wrong account, but we're trying to fix that. So if we could get a motion to establish the escrow accounts and then fund them from the CRF for the daycare and the pantry as separate accounts, and then provide the proof of funding to Consolidated, that would be great.
Mr. Vice Chair, you got the floor.
I'd suggest that you do a motion to add the chairman to the signature cards before we start doing the accounts.
Yep, that'd be great.
So moved by the Heipa District, second by Tokunawa. Question by Iagapta.
Yes.
Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Francis Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary, the Chairman motion.
Thank you, Council.
Steve Gunn and Whipley to give an update on the
All right, Council, ready for an update. As they're getting ready, council, I know high noon's coming up in 15 minutes. How do you guys feel? You want to go straight through? You guys okay? You want to go straight through the meetings? Continue, no breaks. Okay.
So our report is this report that was handed out with Whiffley on it. And Nick Wong is with me, who's been working with it with me on our team, as well as working hand in hand with your legal counsel, Steve Gunn. So assistance or services we provided was assistance with the Paycheck Protection Program. And then we've been working on trying to put together the Dakota Crossing Foods financial statements, and then also doing audit prep assistance. We also had been doing some work in regards to the CARES Act monies. We drafted the financial report that was submitted back in July by the tribe. We did that initial draft, and then Greg Bennett reviewed that, and that was submitted. An additional report will need to be submitted for the period into June 30th on September 17th, providing all the detail to the Department of Treasury. And actually, NAFOA, Native American Finance Officers Association, is doing a call at noon today, here in about 15-20 minutes on the requirements of that report. So we have a number of people from our firm that are listening in on that call. In regards to the assistance with the payroll protection program, we've listed out all the payroll protection loans there that we were involved with. The total is a little bit different than the total that Steve Gunn has on his report, in that Steve worked with the tribe on a payroll protection program loan for the Corporation for Native Broadcasting, and we weren't involved in that loan. So I'll go ahead and let Nick talk about the process he went through on those loans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. Happy to be back in Sisseton. Thanks for having me. So I just wanted to provide an update on how the Paycheck Protection Program's been going. Steve and I have been consulting the different entities as the guidance has continued to evolve, as I'm sure you've seen in the headlines and heard from the news and everything else, that this program has been changing since the day it kind of was rolled out. And so I outlined some of the major changes that have impacted the different advice that we've given at different times throughout this program. So right at the initial outset, when all of the entities were awarded this, there was a basic math problem where, each entity was given basically more money. They were given almost 11 weeks worth of payroll money to spend in 8 weeks. So our solution was, well, we can use hazard pay as a mathematical solution to this problem, and it was obviously deserved by a lot of those people that were still working. So as we went down, the guidance changed a little bit late May, where we could count incurred or paid expenses, not just one or the other. So this expanded the payroll that we could use from about 8 weeks worth of actual paychecks to approximately 10 weeks, depending on how the different entities' pay schedules worked out. So that basic change there kind of got rid of our math problem that we originally had, where we now didn't need hazard pay to meet this mathematical problem we had, but several entities opted to continue to do it for other reasons other than just PPP forgiveness. Continuing on, we had the Paycheck Protection Flexibility Act. The biggest changes there was, of course, extending it from an 8-week program to a 24-week program, and then increasing, the thresholds that we could spend on qualified non-payroll expenses. So between these couple changes here, this went from a very high-risk, tight program to increasingly low risk, and we're very confident that all the entities will receive the maximum amount of forgiveness. throughout these changes. So that's been the good news as we've continued to kind of explore this path. And that 24-week period ends in about the middle to the end of October for every single entity. So we're still in the midst of the eligible expenditure period, although every entity that we've spoken to has reported that 100% of the funds have been spent down. So in the next few weeks, our plan is to gather those payroll records, although that we're hearing from the banks that they're not accepting forgiveness applications yet. Our plan is to have all these payroll records compiled and the applications prepared so that as soon as they're willing to accept those applications, hopefully we're one of the first ones in line and we get these officially forgiven. So that's kind of our plan there. Is there any questions on payroll protection? And Steve, do you have anything to add to that?
Steve, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Congress did extend what they called a covered period for these loans to 24 weeks. Unfortunately, they didn't give us 24 weeks worth of money. They just said you have 8 weeks worth of money, but you can spend it, you can accumulate your qualifying forgivable expenses over a 24-week period, which means that all the businesses are going to have way more than 100% of the loan covered by their qualified forgivable expenses. And so what Nick said is right. We're working with each of them individually to make sure that we have the records to submit the forgiveness applications. There's one issue about the PPP was that it was passed by Congress so that employers wouldn't have to reduce their labor force. So one of the conditions of the loan is that you actually have the same average number of people that you did before the pandemic. And that's just the one piece that we really have to work carefully with the business to make each one of the businesses to make sure that they have the same number of what they call average FTEs, full-time equivalents, from before the pandemic to now. And so far, we believe that we'll be able to achieve full compliance with that. Congress is talking about adopting a PPP program in the next round of legislation. There's been some discussion of potential changes which would affect some of the tribal businesses. One potential change is the possibility of lowering the size of a small business from 500 to 300 employees. That would affect, that might affect one of the businesses that the tribe has. It probably would not affect any of the others. Another thing that Congress might do is make the first round of funding eligible to businesses that didn't get PPP money to start with. That means if they do that, we would just have to wait in line. And when everyone else got firsts, then we could go back for seconds. But we are gathering the information we need from the businesses so that we can be ready on day one. If we're eligible to apply, then we want to apply. And we've asked each of the businesses, they absolutely believe that this was an essential lifeline for them, that they were all in economic peril. They didn't know how they were going to make ends meet, and this was absolutely critical. So they would like to apply again if it's an opportunity. And we're gearing up for that.
Great, yeah, thank you for those additional updates on that, Steve. So the second component that we've been working on is Dakota Crossing's food financial statements, the grocery store. That kind of kicked off when we were last on site, where we gathered up a few items that I've listed. So we were able to gather up a few items. Kind of the unadjusted books at the moment show that there is negative $8 million in the bank account, which we know not to be true because the bank statements show there was $50,000 at the end of April. But I guess this just kind of illustrates the size of the problem in the basic records that exist right now for the food store, is that, you know, there's clearly about an $8 million difference between what's in the books and then what's showing up in the bank accounts. So our goal really is to close the gap on those two. So we've requested a few items, missing sales data that is existing outside of the accounting system. We're working with Dakota Crossing to get that data all compiled in one place. We believe that that'll account for at least 6 million, maybe 6.5 million of those differences. And there may be some other deposits into that bank account that wouldn't have been recorded through the point of sale system that could make up the rest. But as we get closer to compiling those bank statements, we hope to just kind of close that gap between, what reality is and what is currently reflected in the books. Okay.
So this is the duplication of services we're talking about.
So our plan is to return on site. We've made plans with Dakota Crossing Foods to return either next week or the week after. We're just to work hand in hand with them to put these financial statements together and be able to assist Mr. Gunn in what he needs the financial statements for. Yeah, you described it.
So, a while back, you asked us to look into exploring different options for the grocery store. And one of them was to try to identify and negotiate a lease agreement with an alternate operator. And we've engaged in those discussions, but we do need the financial information to see if that's a possibility. We really do need to get the records from Dakota Crossing, and we've made requests for that, and we think that we now do have a plan to get that information from them. I think if you want to have any kind of a more full discussion of it, we could probably do it at a roundtable or an executive session.
Lake Travis, got the floor.
Mr. Chairman, our grocery store manager was sitting in here earlier, and he's probably out in the rotunda, because I think he's on the agenda later on down the line as a commission. Why don't we get it over with now and go into executive session and bring him in so he can answer these questions?
Sure.
That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Motion on the floor. Second.
Question.
Curtis, a question over here by Ia Gapta.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Yeah.
Winfield Rondell Jr.? Yes. Milton Owen? Yes. Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman? No. Tribal Secretary?
I need to make a comment. Is there going to be an addendum to his contract?
It would have to be with this motion. right?
I can do that.
Put that in your motion?
How would that word, Berlin?
To do an addendum to the contract too, and then everything else.
Yep.
Yep. I'll get that. I'll get it done.
I'll change my vote then, Berlin.
As long as there's a addendum.
Chairman announced that, right?
Did you vote? Yeah.
I
Oh.
just have a short comment. I think they're going to take a break for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Council and execs. Motion to adjourn by Lake Traverse, second by Bikuli. Old agency?
Yep.
Announce
As soon as they're done.
Oh, okay, for the announcement, because we're gonna adjourn right away because of the safety of others. Someone in the room that's been contacted, the COVID-19, and we gotta clean it out right away. But we'll continue with our agenda, so nobody's being left out. We just don't wanna put everybody in harm's way at this time. That is why. We gotta clean this up, clean it out.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Yep. Yep.
We're adjourned. Yeah, it'll be announced. It'll be announced. How long does it take to clean it up? No, it takes them overnight to have it cleaned out. Tomorrow? Tomorrow? We'll try to get you guys tomorrow.